Good morning. Hello and welcome to this Friday edition of the Satisfactory Hardcore stream, where we'll be continuing the slowest factory, Discordia Completa, which is now coal-powered and hot-showered. This is going to be very procedural. It will be the definition of it's like a textbook, very procedural run. I have done many of the challenging things in the game first. So now, all there really is are the kind of rigorous, careful things that I can do to keep this lovely little settlement steaming forward, so to speak. Got plenty of power. It's probably time to think about bringing down the former infrastructure. Oh, I have to do that again?
Yes, looks like every time.
Huh, annoying. Do you have synergy on?
Yes, I just made sure it was on.
And ready?
Should be.
I can't find you.
Oh, you're right here.
Okay, let's try again. Coming on over.
Thank you very much.
Ta-da. Welcome to my world. A world of right angles. Here the flat god rules.
Flat God.
But not like in an oppressive way, just like in a Metallica rules sort of rules. The flat god is cool as F. Around here we only have one four-letter word. Flat. It's like the OCD rocker. Oh, wait a second. Hold on.
That's awesome. Alongside the punk rock magician.
Are you ready to rock? Wait, not yet. Not yet. When the minute rolls around. Now, are you ready to rock?
Someone seems to have left me in a verdant valley near the factory.
It has come to my attention that there are 7,031 people in the arena. If one of you could just leave, please. Or nine people could show up. Either way.
Actually, that'd be a great way to be
Good
cool
character.
at OCD. It's like, I'm opening up the standing room for 9 more people, so there can be an exact round number.
Dave, the bassist, counted, and it's an uneven number of people crowd surfing right now. Can we get one person up or one person to fall?
And then one of
Really
their
like
songs
this
is
OCD rocker joke.
screaming prime numbers.
Hey, there you go.
Then the bridge is the Fibonacci sequence.
No, that's not really how OCD works, but I see what you're doing there. I think you're going more of a beautiful mind sort of illusion defense sort of route with it.
There's no one who doesn't understand OCD more than me.
That's probably true. And nobody doesn't like Sarah Lee. Some people are indifferent, but they still kind of like her. Because nobody doesn't like her. That doesn't mean everybody likes her a lot.
I could not say if I like or dislike Sarah Lee.
I don't not like Sarah Lee, so I too don't not like Sarah Lee.
Yep, I can get on the platform.
Feel free to jump to your death.
Thanks, I can do that. Since I have no equipment.
We call this the act of mating. Yeah, sucks to be you, huh?
Yep. Can't do anything without junk boots.
Go collect 2,000 leaf
Okay.
and put it in the leafer.
Look, I know you like leaf.
Dude, 2,000 leaf, bro.
1,000 leaf. A lot of leaf.
2,000 arbitrary leaf. thing.
And my NBI is up if that's relevant.
Stuff. I guess it could be. It could be. We'll think about it. That would be kind of strange.
I mean, right now I'm just punching bushes.
Not at the moment. Maybe next run.
Okay.
Bush puncher.
Right? Super important.
Puncher. Righto. So there are simple machines. This, for example, is a rotorer, the rotorizer. This is a reinforced plate-otron. They are both reasonably useful. There's not a lot going on here yet. I really will actually be pulling down. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and pull down these bioburners because they're not needed anymore. Pushing towards batteries, I would say, is one of my next really large goals.
Alright.
There's also an extra plate machine here, just, you know, so that you can get the plates that a person needs to function.
In like everyday factory life.
Exactly. I have placed the traditional precarious equipment workshop.
Excellent.
Here, I would advise that you create for yourself, at the very least, a parachute and some blade runners.
Yes.
You may find it a little... You know what? I'm going to make you the blade runners. So that you won't be quite so helpless.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you really
So you'll
can.
find the blade runners in the hub
In the hub, can you?
next to my hard drives. There are two container stacks here.
Yes.
They have kind of just random shite in them. But among the random shite you might find in here is solid biofuel for your chainsaw.
Excellent.
And I'll go ahead and make your parachute for you. I obviously held back just exactly enough cloth.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know. So there's a parachute and some blade runners for you. Let me see about making you a rebar gun. The reason I won't be able to do that is because I got no screws. Which is fine.
That is a problem easily solved.
Well, what I'm about to do is I've got primitive machines set up. These primitive machines basically exist only to make components for coal power plants.
Ah.
And I'm in the, and concrete.
Yeah.
And I'm in the process of organizing a terrifying coal setup.
Okay.
Remember to check your inventory from time to time. Make sure you're not. It should be very difficult for you to fill your inventory up.
Oh, well, I've already achieved 2,000, so I'll come back.
Right, to buy the stuff I just made for you.
So pay you in leaves.
That's pretty much how this is going to go, yeah.
Alright.
For right now. So you will also find a rebar gun. I may have you join me for mass firing, just because it's so effective.
Alright.
Uh,
Where would you like these leaves left?
You see here, this is the leaf machine.
Yes, thank you.
And for right now, if you just stash wood in these big containers, and if you want to carefully pick up all these flower petals, that's pretty useful. I don't want lantern trees cut down in general, even if that means leaving the occasional awkward tree. But I would like, see this stuff in the shadow of the lantern tree.
Yes.
Another thing is, you see this path?
I do.
If you check on your map, I will actually walk over to and mark the cat site.
Neat.
But you see all these leaves? There is a fortune in biomass between us and what are going to be the far-flung areas of our base. See, there's actually even already a mine over here at the cat site.
Yes.
A thing to notice is there are often spiders in this cave. Don't get et. Spiders probably will be the thing you'll fight the least well. I put your settings on medium.
What does that mean?
Your graphic settings.
Oh, thank you. All right.
If you're having any trouble navigating, you may want to be more specific and detailed with your settings.
All right.
So this is the Caterium site. And it is surrounded by expensive, like this wood alone is very valuable. Pardon me. We're no longer burning biomass, so now it's just kind of something we're going to collect.
I'm vaguely trying to follow you on the path.
Yeah, easy, right? Hello, Edgar.
I just froze up.
Right, that could easily be because of the settings.
Yes, of course.
Just did it not take.
I'll be back.
Cool. So now the an icon for the Caterium site will show up when you are close-ish to it. The whole map markers show up at a specific distance. I mean, whoever designed the fucking user interface for this game is amazing. It should be noted, Satisfactory has one of the finest user interfaces I've ever seen in a video game.
Excellent.
So, like, let's study it.
Yes.
Because I want my users of my game to someday say, wow, this is innovative and clever, and no one's ever been smart enough to design a map marker system specifically to not funk up the player's screen.
Yes.
Like really, really keeping their player's visual environment in mind. Because, you know, a gunked up screen is no fun in a game like this where you're already trying to track a billion details.
Yes.
Now listen, guys, I could beat you from this platform with a Xeno Zapper. And I have 96 rounds. Oh, nice shot there, genius. Was it everything you dreamed? More shot. Hey Edgar, you just watching me screw those guys up? Alright then. Come on, Bobby. Bobby. Well, this is sad. Still having problems?
Yeah, but it may be because I moved my settings while I was logged in. I'm getting Windows wants to update.
It's always something, huh?
It's always something. I'm not too worried.
Well, run. Well, what are we doing? Did you run off the damn cliff? Yes? No, I shot it. I shot its corpse off the cliff.
Nice. Got its delicious monster meat.
Alright, well.
Still, huh? Alright.
Yep. It knows that you want to play.
It can sense that it is fun time now.
Mm-hmm.
And as it is Windows, it is the fun police.
Deploy. Der Funnenstoppen. Der Spielenhalten.
Yeah. Obviously.
I just like German. I'm not implying that the Germans don't know how to have fun. Actually, when it comes to factory games, I think they might be
Yeah.
ahead of the curve. Some of the best video games I've ever played have been German.
Right?
They really know how to grind on the...
Not to mention that Gaber smiley shit.
Listen, okay, some smileys are Gilbert. I don't know why you gotta be an issue about it.
I'm making the issue about it.
Yeah, you're the one with the problem. With
I wrote the whole song about it.
Yeah, with the smileys that are Gelber. You notice. You care.
Whatever that means.
It's yellow?
Oh, yeah.
Gelber means yellow.
So it was the sticker on there. The
You,
little pink squares
you
thing.
literally didn't know the song was just someone saying yellow smiley over
I had forgotten that it was yellow, but now that you mentioned it, you said something earlier.
I know this is hard to imagine, but they have drugs in Germany sometimes.
Yes, the Gelber smiley was just what was on their little squares of paper.
Yeah, I mean, Amsterdam's right there.
Yeah.
It's a very, very short trip. And then a very long trip.
All weekend.
Eindelijk Wochenende.
Yes.
In fact, if we're sticking with that same band.
Because why wouldn't we?
Easily one of the most dangerous things in the entire game.
The not always reliable zipline.
This will work. It's pretty It's pretty powerful when combined. We don't talk about Jason Brody unless we want Matt to have an incident.
It's a nice fucking phone.
Up there, you thought you had your finger on the pussy trigger. But you hit the ground, man. I like that Michael Mando got a legit career out of that. That's actually my favorite part of the story. Is they're thinking, like, we need a weird-faced guy to play, like, a character in Better Call Saul. We need somebody whose expression is so intense that they look like their eyeballs are about to escape from their face.
Who would cause our schlubbish characters to literally cower.
Exactly.
Intensity.
Exactly. And, like, you know, that our audience, who are, a lot of them are video gamers, probably identify with. Like, hey, it's Voss! We secretly kind of hate Jason Brody and enjoy watching him get tortured. Sort of the subtext of that game.
Right, is that they're douche bros.
Right.
A game made in a time when everyone was sick of douche bros.
And they're, like, colonialists.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's kind of, there's a There's a lot of
That they're
subtext.
partying on the wrong island.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who told them that?
Party on that island.
Exactly.
That island
What
is
makes
clearly
them
not for
think
them.
that they just can party anywhere they want, right?
Right.
Not the bees. I mean, they're not really bees, but not the whatever those things are.
Not the not bees.
Don't be a don't be.
Doobie.
Doobie doo. Scooby Dooby Doo. Where are you?
Well, eating a sandwich.
Usually.
That's what happens.
Ruh-roh.
The ghosts are gonna steal my sandwich.
Zoinks.
And James.
And that's like and scene, but for your Scooby Doo impressions.
Uh-huh.
Oh, listen, we the Edgars don't mind having you around, but Big Spider may feel differently. Big Spider, where are you? Let us fight as we have always done. Oh, days.
Edgar's guide me home.
Take me to the bridge, Edgar. You have to build the bridge first, bro. But yes, now I want to see an Edgar playing like a stand-up bass. Like a huge, like, mega octuple bass. Oh, that was a hit. Alright, come on, Big Spider. I'm done pussyfooting around. Let's go. No, Sereth. He's the alpha of his species. You can't do this. One of his millions of babies. You're a monster, Sereth.
Yes, orphaning millions of spider babies.
Spider babies, Sereth. They've got the body of a spider, but the mind of a baby. Wait a second. I got that backwards. Oh, that was kind of majestic. That was like a hunting on the Serengeti kind of kill there.
Huh. Alright, so I got to the Kateri mine and back home. What are my other orders?
And you leafed?
I can continue to leave. Would you like me to?
If you want to run over to the coal site has a bunch of trash. You'll need a chainsaw and some biofuel.
Collect the things to make chainsaw and biofuel.
Please don't make biofuel by hand.
Oh, right. Find biofuel.
It will be at the end of the chain that the leafer is on.
Makes sense.
And you can come strip down this lower layer completely for all I care. Soon begins just the very careful, rigorous organization of this base. It's not going to necessarily be that exciting. It will take some time. Everything in this base should be done properly. So, like, this coal line will eventually be replaced with a properly spaced and organized version of same.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
To make a chainsaw?
Yes, exactly. Please do not build any new machines right now. Consumption is well behind production for the moment on power.
There is currently not a surplus of screws and nothing making cable. Do I have permission to make them?
What?
Not a
Nothing is making cable or screws, yes. You can make those by hand if you need them.
Appreciate it.
Just don't build any new machines.
Yep.
Right, you got the hub to work in for now.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the main things I need you doing is right here. See, all this scrub.
You do want me to denude the hills?
Yeah, please.
Okay, cool.
Just,
Oh, and you're down at the coal site. Awesome.
which is the center of the base has moved out over the river.
Yeah.
So definitely start thinking of yourself as being right now at one edge of the base more than being in the center of it.
Okay.
And it'll just help you. See, this is really more... That's the central column,
Interesting.
and it's right at the edge of the water. See, this is the central column.
Yes.
It goes all the way to the bottom. And will eventually be absurdly tall. The goal this time is probably going to be to put the space elevator up around where the uranium site is. And that's so high up in the sky you can't even see the ground anymore.
Ah.
Be very careful. Do not risk breaking my power lines right now.
Do not break power lines. Got it.
Everything is super shaky right now. It doesn't have my normal redundancy loop.
Okay. Because of the efficiency run?
Yes. Oh, and this is actually the correct location for the equipment shop. I just made you an easy to reach one.
Oh, cool. Yes, thank you.
So I'm going to destroy that easy to reach one, okay?
Okay.
A lot of this stuff is just slapped together
Oh, I'm sorry. Where's the correct location?
up on the platform.
Oh, that I can now get onto. Great.
Yeah, this is part of my effort to move everything towards the declared center of the base, rather than the current de facto center of the base.
Yes.
Make sure you have ammunition for your rebar gun.
How much do I need to carry?
Like 100 usually does it, but it depends on how accurate you are.
Okay.
You might be better off with double ammo so you can whale shots.
That makes perfect sense.
Because it does take a little while to get the hang of the firing arc.
Okay. I'm almost ready to embark.
Sure. But realistically, that is still in the base. The coal site is still in the base.
Yep.
I'm working right now on a second batch of coal power plants. And on a kind of endless path towards steel. We need 80 more rotors. Let me go check the rotor machine. Not running. 20 rotors on it. I think what I can get. The rotor machine and the plate machine can sometimes be a source of extra screws.
Okay.
If you wanted to get your character situated and simply make a few thousand screws, that wouldn't be out of the question. You see we have this machine right here. It tends to fill up with ingots and plates. You can use the ingots to make other things.
Yes.
Whew. If you would like, I'm leaving you ingots in the hub if you want to make stuff. Oh, and there's always a lot of extra copper crap over here, including ingots for copper sheets all the way back up in the machines.
Alright.
It's all still real sloppy at the moment.
Yeah, that's how they are.
I'm going to make you a craft bench over here by these storage boxes.
Sounds good.
Enjoy.
Well,
A giant water network will distinguish this base from other bases.
yes.
Like there will always be pressurized tubes around.
Neat.
That's
I have to pick which equipment I can hold because we still only have 2 slots.
Do you need a mission?
I was going to continue the coal site, but
That's true. Let me know when you're done with that, okay?
okay.
And just bring all the wood and leaves back. Try not to kill any
Unique
nut trees.
nut tree. Okay. Yeah, oh, yes, I understand. Barrel nut sources, right?
Yes. I don't know what they're called, but barrel nut, B-E-R-Y-L, yes.
Like the stone?
Yes.
Or I guess it's an element?
Um,
I'm not sure. I just know that it was the first.
all right, buddy.
Yeah.
Remember the deal here?
Yes.
Excellent. Rotor machine clipping right along. It's pretty important because getting to steel is definitely our next major plot point. But so too is building out the central column.
Quick question.
Yes?
I just climbed down. We're coming down from the bridge. Do you want me to denude these cacti or just down by the water?
Every plant in this region.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to clear the last danger out of the area that
And
occurs
I
to
will
me.
stay away from the toxic gas
Obviously, there's nothing we can do about that yet.
because we don't have the.
Okay, don't forget this little island.
Interesting.
And I'm not even kidding. It, especially under the building I'm building right now, would be extremely helpful.
Down by the water and around here.
See, all this mess?
Yes.
It really gets in the way.
Well, on the as I'm back.
Thanks. Or you'll crash.
That's what I mean.
Got it. You may want to go in and just tweak your settings a little bit until you find whatever's.
I'll do it again.
And it may be that running NDI is not a great idea.
I already touched that.
Got it. See?
Yep, we're on it. We're going. I am of calm. Made calm. Good news is I learned how to lock myself in without asking for your session ID.
Really? How?
First, I click join game, then I click you, then I click join by session ID, and when the session ID window is open, I right click you on my friends icon and click join game.
Oh, isn't that interesting?
Yes.
Cool. Learning while the turntable's turning.
Like, might as well turn it into a learning experience since I'm going to be logging in over and over until it's right.
Yeah, that's how video games work. Shenanigans. This is a 4 layer. That's a 3 layer. Having fun flying around with a chainsaw. It's the most Texas thing I've ever seen. Today on Parachuting with Chainsaws.
Woo!
I'm Jim Bob Lefty. Right arm and leg are gone.
Initially, that is how I felt about those people with their fucking fan parachute vehicles.
Oh, yes. Yes, paragliders.
Uh,
So called because you will get paralyzed when you fall to your doom.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm like, wow, they live in the biggest, emptiest, flattest place in the world.
She.
Every single one of those was like, that's even bigger, emptier, flatter than Texas. I must be the real Midwest.
Right? Thank you. I was wondering how long you'd be able to stand it.
Not very long. I don't have great stamina for that. And then I must at some point sing the song.
Right. Everyone has their limits in life. Seen the rain.
Like, why, yes, I have. Thank you.
Yep. A couple times at least.
A few times, you know.
Appreciate you there, Credence.
Uh-huh. Thank you for your concern. I've seen various types of rain, yeah. I've seen fire and I've seen rain, in fact.
Bad Moon Rising. Seen that one?
Uh-huh,
Yep.
yeah. I've even seen smoke over water once or twice.
I've seen smoke on the water and fire in the sky. Admittedly, I saw fire in the sky as a child. Did not do good things for my psychology.
Would not recommend.
Yeah. Can't advise it.
I'm just saying, if I were babysitting children, I would not suggest that movie on the
Probably
Disney
gonna have some nightmares that night. Yeah, with the eye, and the needle, and all.
Yeah. I was actually really embarrassed to admit that at about 12 years old, I was afraid after watching The Grudge. Or was it The Ring? The monsters are so similar. Samara and the Grudge Girl are the same ghost.
Samara,
I know.
I love ya, Samara. It's only 7 days away. And then the big musical routine with all the girls with hair in front of their faces.
Dripping girls crawling out of televisions.
And Wells.
And Wells.
See, that's the great thing about a big musical number is you can just go off.
Red ladder up to a barn loft.
Obviously, everything.
All of it.
And why, yes, folks, I have seen The Ring a couple of times. Why do you ask?
I've not seen the entire Ringu saga, which I plan to eventually.
I've seen so many Ring movies. I saw the one. Remember the one where there's the viral video that you die 7 days after you see the viral video?
Of the American Ring.
God, that one was bad. I mean, there's bad, and then there's that movie.
At least it was self-aware.
It was self-aware, but that didn't help somehow.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the self-awareness is just like, the audience is going to watch this, whether they like it or not.
Oh, you're going to buy my chicken. Dad, how can you hate the Colonel?
And of course, the accent and the impressionism sort of goes all the way around to, I'm afraid the fryer will be quite operational when your friends arrive. Like,
well, Ian McDiarmid,
yeah.
Okay, has a very, very powerful Irish accent when he chooses to.
Uh-huh.
And for some reason, you'll find, actually, here's a really funny one.
Yeah.
Play the Emperor and then McGonagall.
No, always the same accent somehow.
Oh,
Although
Mr.
She
Potter.
was very Scottish.
But it's still that same, it's that
Deep Gaelic.
It's that Northy accent.
Uh-huh.
And it's the inflections. It's the inflections they must have learned from their school teachers, who would all be long dead now, because we're talking about actors that are in their 70s.
Who are emulating their school.
Yeah, I used to make jokes about people would often do impressions of me, but they didn't know they were actually doing an impression of me doing an impression of my friend.
Right.
And so it was always humorous to me, because I'm like, you don't even know the guy you're mocking right now.
That can happen when you switch characters.
Uh-huh. Or just time passes, you know.
Yeah.
Like you never even met the guy you're making fun of at this point.
Because they think you're doing an impression of you, but you're
Right.
doing an impression of someone they never met. So that's also true of the dead comedian inheritance cycle.
Sure. Yeah, can be used. All right. Anyway, how's that job going over there?
Quite well.
Get a gerb.
The only difficulty is the grass is quite sparse after quite a bit around.
Yeah. Yes, that's one of the reasons I have to ask you as a sentient human to do this otherwise really quite not sentient task.
You can't set a Roomba to do this. It's actually kind of tedious. Which is why I'm chatting. I'm
Find it
chatting.
extremely tedious, yeah.
I'm chatting because it is tedious. I'm sure you understand.
Kind of.
To occupy the rest of my mind.
A simple plot to occupy your mind. Smoke, she is a rising.
Smoke, she is a rising.
And now we've changed songs.
These transitions are fun.
Medleys, folks. Won't you?
Won't you? Thank you.
6 Fix-It coupons. That's a decent amount of Fix-It coupons. And 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 Fix-It coupons. And I'm literally just running the sink right now because I actually need to get rid of trash.
Out of your inventory, yeah.
We have some overages. Certain things are building up way faster than we intended them to.
Okay, that's not a bad thing, and as you pointed out, they can become Fix-It coupons.
AI limiters are probably our most potentially profitable item right now.
Yeah.
But shatter rebar does tend to pay the bills pretty well also.
Oh, I remember that, yes. And since we won't need crystals for a long time and the mines are infinite.
Yes, this base site has a absurd amount of crystals.
So we might as well sell them the shatter rebar for money.
We could, if we needed. We don't need tickets though. I have basically everything. I already won the ticket game.
From loot tickets.
Yeah, they might need to think about that actually. It's
somebody who's good at the map and combat part of this game.
Can just run. I can run right around the intended gameplay. You are storing all this stuff safely? Can I see your inventory?
Of course.
Alright, cool. Just making sure stuff's not getting lost is my main concern.
Yep.
Because if stuff's going to vanish out of the world, it needs to do so via the auspices of the Fix-It gate.
Through the mechanics of the game, yeah. Monitoring water line. Remount bird thing.
I could probably make these remaining 19 rotors by hand, can't I? Rotors now. 15 rotors would be 375 screws. And yes, that's kind of what I'm doing over here while I play this, by the way.
I know your brain does this.
Is memorizing the stuff.
Yeah.
So the thing about this game that we should study for our own game, there's always, in a working base, while I'm doing this, concrete is building up. When I go get the concrete and use that, other stuff will build up in the other machines.
Yes.
this creates an infinite, like, more cereal, more milk loop.
Ah, yes, which is quite satisfying.
Mm-hmm. There's always something else to do. In a base, even at tier 1 or 2, there's always another lever to push, another thing to move, another
By the time you've
thing
done
to
something,
plan.
another thing is done.
That's what makes this game live up to its name so well.
Yes.
Also, we're about to be starting steel production. You notice that I didn't put in a lot of stuff yet?
Yes.
That's because steel production tends to rewrite your whole base.
So why write much of it in the first place?
Mm-hmm. That's the point here. This is the slow, patient, getting it right factory. And bada boom. Love hitting that button.
Milestone reached. Steel production unlocked. Foundry grants access to new simple steel parts. An additional project part can now be
Real
constructed.
Steel with Hugh Jackman
Progress to the
unlocked.
next phase is now
Movie
possible.
about terrible father acting. You would really like the movie Real Steel, by the way.
Oh.
Real Steel is Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium, but for dudes.
Oh,
For
okay.
for testosterone-y dudes.
Alright then.
And by the way, testosterone
Uh-huh.
is the new... Oh! That's Chef Boyardee with roids in it!
Aw.
Damn.
I would advertise those as bachelor snacks.
Obviously, that's brilliant. Ah. New Chef Boyardee testosterone. It's
Uh-huh.
for bros.
And it's like for guys who live alone and can't really cook, but they want to feel masculine about it.
It's got like a picture of Dwayne Johnson or something.
Uh-huh. And like, I don't know, little noodles shaped like weights.
It would actually sell. People would buy it as a gag gift for their friend. Like, bro, you gotta eat something different. Have some testosterone.
Right? Like the manwich. Like,
No, that was a thing though.
yes,
Like
that's
they
what I'm
actually
saying.
sold manwiches.
They actually managed to sell them. They did, in fact.
Remember Hungry Man dinners?
Yes.
Just
Yes, we're pulling
carbs
for real,
and cheap protein.
for real products here. We're really seeing these real products.
I like capitalism. I find it charming. I know not everybody feels that way.
Capitalism can be hilarious. Honestly, in a world of bleak communism, there wouldn't be a bunch of fantastic hats, so I could only...
Or Ninja Turtles, Ninja Turtles Ninja Turtles SpaghettiOs. Okay, I mean, just
Exactly.
keep in mind if you enjoy Ninja Turtles SpaghettiOs, then you enjoy capitalism because
I
that's a
had-
waste of energy.
I had Rugrats. I had Nickelodeon Rugrats Kraft mac and cheese.
Exactly, and if you find that funny, and if you think that's actually a good thing, then you actually do like capitalism.
Yeah, I think that's adorable, and I think that people shouldn't be stopped from doing that.
Because in general, within like a communist system, you know, you wouldn't run into a lot of excuses for
For
making.
non-standard noodles.
Which brings me back to my favorite joke of all on this subject. I think my alphabets are possessed by a ghost. All they say is, ooh.
That's true. That is one of your favorite jokes.
Come on. Someone had to think of that.
That's true. Someone actually...
These are
thought
alphabets
that.
for ghosts, not Cheerios. Probably extra funny to me because I played a lot of Ultima Online, in which you would murder someone and then they would try to scream at you from their ghost, but you don't have
that
spirit
is funny.
speak, so it's just going, ooh.
That is funny.
Like, I don't know, man, I killed you and I can't hear you whine about it. So.
Yeah, I killed you and I can't hear you whine about it. It's definitely something that
That
gets
was
said.
that was Ultima Online in a nutshell. You I guess you could try to complain, but I don't have spirit
You
speak.
might be
so.
mad, but all I hear is ooh.
Now what? Pod would return. I guess I'll set up a cheap and dirty steel manufactory to push us forward because level 3 conveyor belts are fucking sweet, bro.
And you'd rather build everything with them than without them?
Why not? It just... Why redesign your base over and over again when you can rush to the logical... There are certain logical, like, inflection points, I guess would be the way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get a nice perp. Let's see if I got a good perp here. What?
I said the key to a good purple is just enough red.
And not very much, really,
Yeah.
in my opinion. See, I think this is a good purple, but it's all about how does it look.
In the sunshine.
Hey, that's not bad.
Oh, that's quite nice. Quite
That's an
vivid.
okay purple, but you notice you can see right here the two different suns. Literally, the redder sun
Makes it look pinkish, and the bluer sun makes it look bluish.
bluish. Yeah. Purple is very susceptible to the colors of the
Lighting.
suns on this planet.
Yeah. So it's important to get a good one so that
Mhm.
things look good in all suns.
I think that's why they make orange the default color.
Oh, because it looks similar in both suns.
So if I were to ask you, you saw a mine and the mine was green. What would you think the mine was mining?
Copper.
Correct. You see a mine and the mine is red. What do you think the mine is mining?
Iron.
You see a mine and the mine is yellow. What do you think the mine is mining?
Uranium.
You'd be
Or
wrong.
uranium.
You'd be wrong.
What?
That would be limestone.
Oh, okay.
In fact, we might have a pale,
Yeah, okay.
might have a pale tan for limestone, but in general, yellow will be concrete operations, mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Or sulfur would see. That's the problem. Yeah, I think we're gonna have.
Yellow.
I think we're gonna have to do pale. On the other hand, sulfur and caterium are rather exotic. Do you know where the sulfur mine is?
No.
Okay, I gotta walk to the coal and the sulfur mines anyway here in just a second.
Might as well drop a marker.
So, I mean, if you wanted to come with me and leaf, whatever you want to do. One of my problems right now is inventory.
I gotta swing back and drop all this leaf.
Bruh.
Yep. And there's like a lot of it even for how scrubby it is. Wow, more. Oh right, I had to turn down my view distance on detail, so
I'm mostly just selling copper wire right now. Is like a lot of what's going on with me. I'm about to, here, let's get a merger on this line. I'm so lazy and tired of manually loading this. Just to get rid of some of the absurd overage in plates and things that I got going on here. Lol. But things like the conveyor belt determines the speed at which you can sell things because a fix-it sink only has a single input.
yeah.
So a level 2 conveyor sells twice as fast.
Yes, that makes sense.
Level 3 conveyor sells even a little bit more than 4 times as fast as a level 1. Where are you? There you are. Yar.
I'm on my next to last row. I do need to get these trees and come back.
Yep, I'm about to theoretically set up the final biofuelery. Eventually, we'll liquefy the biofuel, but it will still be in its solid form when that happens. That's a special hatch just for hamburgers. You had to see where I was pointing.
Oh.
There's a hamburger-shaped hatch on the fix-it pod.
Oh, I see. That's kind of funny.
Vehicular transport, not that important. What do we need? We need expanded power infrastructure. It is definitely the coolest tier 4 tech. Oof. Goodbye copper. Goodbye mod frames. But hello inventory space. This primitive leafer, I was about to say, it can't be done leafing. I don't believe it.
We don't believe it.
You believe in love. I don't get it. Why are you not working? What's the problem? What's the problem? Oh, that would explain it. The leafer should be leafing properly now. Which is good, because you're presumably about to bring a giganto stack of stuff here. It doesn't matter because we don't need biofuel for anything. In fact, I'm now pulling the biofuel out of the hub. That's kind of an important moment. It means we can now move the hub.
Ah, yes, because it is no longer fixed in place by a line.
Yep. Ah! Damn, I almost got you. How close did that cross your bow?
Not perceptibly.
Okay.
But my graphics are turned way down. So I can't know for sure.
As it is logical for them to be. And then you can sort of ease them back up if you want
Should
to.
I put all the wood and stuff into the double stack of storage over here?
Wood, yes. Nuts,
And
yes.
flowers?
Leaves go in the leafer.
Of course. The wood's nuts, flowers, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What's wrong?
the lower one's full.
Yep. Crazy, huh? That's why we need more storage for this. One of the first things we're going to need is a semi-permanent biofuel storage solution. But we are definitely getting to the era of dirty construction in order to push forward.
Yeah.
For example, I'm probably about to make a foundry that I will hand feed for a while.
Okay.
Oh, do you consider yourself done with that project, or are you just at a...
I could be done, and you could tell me later if you need more space.
Well, you know what I need right now?
What do you need right now?
I need somebody to shepherd those machines over there and do things like when there's too many ingots in the iron plate machine, pull the ingots out, make iron rods out of them.
How about when there are 200 plates?
You can grab those if you want, but mostly what I need right now is I could use something on the order of 200-ish mod frames and about 500 rotors.
Okay.
And that's a big project.
Yeah, and I can make those from the extra ingots. I totally understand what you're saying.
Everything that you need to produce mod frames and rotors is technically over here, including a machine that is not plumbed in very well. But if you occasionally move iron rods
Yeah.
into this machine, it'll make screws.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? This whole area over here, these machines,
Needs to be tended.
they need manual tending in order to operate properly.
Yeah.
There will usually be extra ingots, extra rods, that sort of
Oh,
thing.
plates get ferried over to this box?
Automatically. That's why there's
Oh, I see.
that's why there's a second plate machine
Yeah.
for personal use plates. I've just drained all the machines.
Okay.
The MAM is about to get moved. You don't normally interact with that a lot, so
Sure.
shouldn't probably affect your life. And copper is very sloppily made over here. You have to do a lot of stuff if you want to get like copper ingots. You have to make your own wire, that sort of, or cables, that sort of thing.
Since you're planning to move up to Caterium, I see why you didn't bother with...
We've already moved up to Caterium. Like,
oh wait, no. Copper always makes cable. Cable is always copper.
yeah. Nothing to be done about that.
It's the fixtures that are made Caterium.
Another thing that can use a little bit of manual work is this box here will tend to fill up with limestone. When it does, you just make concrete.
Sure.
The crete machine is inefficient for the moment.
Okay.
Nice. I can actually make a shitload of mod frames myself. But I should more be focusing on making a foundry just to make us some cheap and dirty steel. You can technically make steel by hand.
Oh, weird.
Yep.
I'm sorry, say one more time what you need me to make by hand while I'm just dealing with excess. Like, what would you like the final result to be?
500-ish rotors
Rotors, got it.
and 100 to 200 modular frames would be really useful. And modular frames are kind of difficult. You know, they're tier 1.5.
Yes. Alright, I can definitely do that. That is a task I can stick to.
Easy, right? We're going to put something on TV as long as I'm trying to cut you off so you don't make the mistake of asking.
Oh, cool. I was actually going to say we're going to repeat.
Oh, that's my turn.
And by all means, do whatever you want.
It's just we can't put something on TV and have the microphone on. That's the only
Yeah.
restriction. But on that note, folks, I'm going to find something to watch. And stripping these hills of all of their biomass
Yeah.
takes days and days of in-game time.
Okay.
It's one of the side effects of the forest is we actually do have to clear the hills.
Mm-hmm.
Non-trivial. See here, I'll just show you. It's like all the time. Right? At any point in time, this hill is right here.
Yep. Yeah, I've already gone up and down one hill. In fact, I denuded a completely different hill than my normal route because I went to Secretarium and back instead of using when I was coming back when I was on the hills above.
And soon we'll be going to Sulphur and back. I was thinking of trying compacted or compacted coal this time to see how it changes things.
If it's a better efficiency ratio.
Well, the effort of routing in sulfur is an issue, but the centralization. Soon we're going to start centralizing ore, and we're going to become ore monsters.
Okay.
With the goal being to cap and to tap and route every ore vein that we ever find back to the center of the base.
Yeah.
Sometimes through extreme means, maybe even using tractors. We'll see how that goes. But this hill alone would take maybe 40 minutes to fully leave. But then when I'm done, I'm actually only seconds from the drop point. See where I jumped off the hill?
Yes.
And I'm right here next to the container. If you remember where the container is, you can always just drop to it. I'm going to go mercy kill that Edgar.
Oh, the one that's going to get stuck in our base anyway.
Look, wait. Do you think this will work? Ready?
Yes.
Bye! Oh my
And
god.
That's
Sorry.
really funny. I'm kind of glad you didn't have to kill it, actually.
We now have a totally new method of Edgar management.
That is kind of awesome.
That's
I'm
the
totally into
greatest.
that.
No, I hate killing them.
And they're like huge gas bags with spindly legs, so it almost makes sense that they land fine.
Don't forget, the more concrete you place in a flat area, look at this beauty. Look at this gorgeousness. See how nicely I can
How the flat god is pleased.
check my progress.
Yes.
So you see the hub over there,
Yeah.
out of everybody's way. I need iron ore for my next project.
Well, it builds up fast enough.
For my next trick. Sure. And of course, the other thing about towers is they give you just that little boost for flying.
Yes.
It can be pretty useful over here. Technically, you can right now fly quite neatly from one side of the base to the other, with the premise being, see how crystal is no longer on the edge of the base. See the crystal mines?
Oh, interesting.
They're now technically
Much closer
quite
to the center.
central.
Yeah.
All this stuff.
And that whole nice slope, which is really quite lovely.
This area becomes like the public face of our base. The waterfall is like the edge.
That's like the walk-up park now.
We basically don't build past any of that. Why despoil nature when we can just continue to build in the sky over the river?
The flat god likes building in the sky over the river.
Eventually this all becomes one giant glass building that just sucks the river up.
Uh-huh.
See
The
these
river,
things?
which is infinite.
These are an essential part of, like, we'll have to have so many water intakes. Hilarious. The worst way to make steel. But technically can be used to force through things like expanded power infrastructure. Then we start the battery layer. harden the power setup, and base becomes nearly invulnerable to problems.
Excellent.
So, 240, right, divided by 15 is 16. Oh wait, but it's 270. God damn. Computer, what's 270 divided by 15? It's 18.
270 divided by 15 is 18.
Okay, so that means 18 coal power. No, it's still 240. 16 coal power plants per vein is sort of a logical way to look at it. So I'll need space for a row of 16 coal power plants on a 4 level. Let's see where the logical closest one of those is. This is a 4 level, but it would be awkward because the mines would be poking up into it. So probably this whole lower level will remain just ore storage, or management. Currently, these are built quite wrongly on a 3 level. Thus, their smokestacks poke up out of the floor and are generally awful. But that's okay, because they're running our base cheaply, and that right now is way more important.
Also, the coal is just one of those buildings that refuses to fit in any sort of reasonable system.
Well, now I use up most of my concrete, but can I place one? I can place probably one. Theoretical coal power plant facing its inputs facing the other direction. If I could even put another one. In a really, really subjective, really, really theoretical way, this is maybe the better way to face them. But is it really? Because won't that get crowded? Won't it? Exactly.
I'm just making an F ton of screws so that my next set of
Of
rods
course.
will become rotors.
Making absurd amounts of screws is a basic part of this game.
Oh, yeah.
So this ugliness could be temporarily expanded if I wanted to. Can boost the speed here.
Let's see what there is to make rods out of.
Precious little, probably.
I'm fine with starting with 4 if I have to.
Let's start it. Or if I have to.
4 if I have to. 4 if I have to. Factory LED 4 if I have to.
If I have to is the least motivated of all Japanese motor companies.
Wow.
No, I really like that joke, actually.
That was one of those 80s jokes I've ever heard.
And it's like a rare combination of a Japanese language joke and a southern, like a southernism.
Yes.
It's like Jeff Foxworthy, but anime. So this is also one of the best ways to ensure that there are no dumb accidental breakages is to do a backup power route. It can be quite scenic. You just go, you take the power line, see? Oops, you go there. And then one option is, I don't think you can get all the way across, unfortunately, with a normal power line. That's one of the reasons we're trying to research these larger lines. Oh, I did definitely kill Big Spider, but let's not fuck around, or we might find out.
Agreed.
You never know when Big Spider will suddenly respawn on you. Oh, okay, a little too long, but we can just put an intermediary line. And then a fun option is there, and I think...
Ah, I saw the flip.
So that's literally one way to get power around.
And across the river.
But also, it's worth noting
You can go this direction.
that there's electricity, that there are other coal sites
To connect to.
up that mountain. Ooh, hey, buddy.
Watching out.
Well, fighting this thing... See, look. Fighting this thing with the starting zapper versus a rebar... He doesn't even want to mess with me.
No, he doesn't want none.
Because he doesn't have a lot of options. All he can get is repeatedly bonked in the snout.
Not the thing.
See, he never even made it really into melee range. The melee-only monsters generally get that they can't win against that. So, this becomes a very interesting area to leave, because this is in no way far from our base.
Ah.
This is the approach to our base, and in fact, I don't really have a lot of inventory space for leafing right now. There's just some random bauxite poking up out of the ground, not a real bauxite node, sadly. Where are you, buddy? There. That's on it. Here we go, right? This is our closest coal site, and the one best used for semi-local
Production.
steel, rather than...
Distant power.
Oh, hey, buddy. Well, there's two really good nearby sites, and I would say this one is best just to route directly towards the base. See, that's not that far. It's even easier and cleaner if leafed.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of idly mentioning places where you might turn your attention and effort.
Because my navigation is not great, would you mind,
Well, oh, you don't need a marker for this. Look, watch. Okay, so up the hill, right? That's the center of the base.
I see.
I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get us to feel our way towards the new center.
Yes.
So I will personally, clearing the ground cover should go a long way towards
visibility.
making it obvious which parts of the area are settled and built up.
Yeah.
But obviously, once we bring in the correct concrete layer, another of the reasons that I do this endless circling. Oops. Ooh, hey, buddy. These are the duels you might have a little trouble with, because their predictive aiming is pretty good.
I think it's big and fast.
But also,
Don't want none.
the moose benefits a lot. The plasma moose benefits a lot from hiding in foliage and shooting at you. And since I built this up, I'm pretty sure, yeah, the big pig doesn't respawn over here once you settle their port spots. So
Yeah,
see all this? This also all needs to be leafed. Clearing these nodes out should also be considered
Cleanup.
cleanup.
Extrusions.
Yeah.
And then you can ride towards home.
That's one of the ways you can know you're really close to base.
Yeah.
This thing still isn't done. Right? And I got a lot of stuff I actually need to put in storage.
Would you care for excess rotors?
How many do you have? And do you want to bring them to me at my hub?
One sec.
Dang, I wish I could put boxes right there.
I have 87 and I can make 20 more.
Can you bring them to me at my hub?
Yes.
I tend to live out of the hub during this stage of the game.
I have 87 rotors. And now I'm switching to mod first.
Cool. You make a whooshing noise.
Why do I make
I
a
have no idea. It's probably delayed sound on your parachute.
Alright. Why not?
Would be my wild guess. Stuffins.
Restock 'em.
Always. Excellent. That is a lot of rotors. 99 steel ingots.
When entertained, I'm really quite efficient at doing mindless things.
Not too sure about the number of luft balloons, but we have 99 steel ingots.
And there's rotors closing up the machine.
Two power plants is 150 megawatts. Four power plants, 300 megawatts. Right. 10 power plants, 750. 750, 450, 1150 for 16, right? Computer, what's 75 times 16?
75 times 16 is 1,200.
I slipped a cog there. So 1200, 1.2 gigawatts. So realistically, if we had two of those emplacements, we wouldn't really need any other power sources for much of the game. We could augment that with fuel power plants and geothermal later and
Yeah.
be good to go for a really, really big factory. So you are now working on my modular frame request?
Yes.
Good. Let's see, what are we going to want after that? Pretty good on reinforced plates, pretty good on copper sheets. Sadly, everything now is just waiting on the power infrastructure and the technology to get to the point where we can build clean, smooth lines. A lot of that does fall behind our concrete production speed. Like, that really determines a lot. So getting the 2 extra limestone veins we have access to up and running, definitely a coming priority.
Right.
I can, for example, invest this concrete into space to make more concrete.
Naturally.
And that builds towards that coal plant that coal mine I was showing you as well.
Right.
It'll be one big efficient box eventually, but for now it's a sprawl of spaghetti.
I like sprawling spaghetti. Sounds delicious.
Mycelium? Where did all the mycelia come from?
I was clearing near in the desert, and something I cleared created mycelium.
Neat.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what plant it was.
Cheers.
Thanks.
We'll combine stacks.
Oh, yeah, of course. You're right, I forgot to hit the sort button.
Oh, that's right. I can do more research. Hello again, Edgar. Always in the way. Alright, I hate to do this, man. Look off. I know, it's always so tragic.
You didn't do anything wrong. You were standing around being a gas bag.
He was just looking for the habitat for huge manatees.
He is a bit of a huge manatee.
Continued efforts, just pushing towards the creation of a central, almost like a shopping column. I'll show you what I mean more so as it develops. But I have grand plans for the centralization of resources. Cloth has great value later.
I can't remember that.
For poison filters.
Ah.
That's why finding extra mycelium is always nice. Pardon me, folks. Everything is awesome. So it should play that when you access the awesome. Satisfactory should combine with Legos. I think the reason Legos probably wouldn't want to make a building game though like this is it might put them out of business.
Oh, if kids got too interested in digital building instead of
They already
physical building.
Minecraft may have already cost them money.
Which is why I can't tell if chicken and egg Lego's so expensive now. Like, his parents also stop buying their kids giant buckets of Legos when they get too expensive.
There have always been tiers
That's true.
to Legos. Alright, let's see how many coupons rather, these DNA bundles get me. You notice DNA bundles are on one
Nice.
on one balance chart, but I've killed so many animals and sold so many high-end parts that I've salvaged that I am definitely at the law of diminishing returns on both of those. On the other hand, what else do we really need? Window walls are nice. They're very expensive. Steel windows, very, very nice. Even these are better for decoration, in my opinion. These just look amazing. There's always more architecture. This technically has glass floors,
In it. Yeah.
which we may want to prioritize because we don't need any of the other stuff. We don't need any of this.
We've got,
It can look nice to have different areas, but ultimately these are just for show.
so we've got all the ramp pieces we need.
I think I'm going to save up for structural frame set. It's not as far away.
Okay.
It's not actually that far away.
I do like glass floor stuff-ins, and it's better to put those in when we put in the structure.
Well, we could sell all sorts of stuff that we don't sell. I haven't even researched half the stuff in this game. Like, we're surprisingly short on research because everything else has been going so well that there's just this impetus to push. I could go over there right now and add a bunch of more coal power plants.
Right.
Not sure why I would do that. Well, I mean, I'm not. There's no reason to do it sloppy, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm gonna check your progress here. Did you miss anything? There's a few ingots here, not a lot. Oh no, you're efficient.
I'm on it
You don't
right now.
F around.
I do not have around.
Plenty of rotors for me. More reinforced plates to keep the lines going fast. You see my little slapped together Otron here is actually pretty efficient. Damn, you don't miss a thing.
I am.
No, you're gleaning.
That's what I am. It is
Glean
what
and
I
mean
am.
over here.
By the way, I have 40 modular frames that I'm about to drop your thing.
I literally don't even
Oh
need.
wait, is it modular frames or is it
Yes,
reinforced
mod
plates?
frames, great.
Hold on, I need to check what I actually have.
Because I don't need reinforced plates, I need mod
Yes,
frames.
mod frames. I finished the mod frames.
Sweet, bro.
You know how it is when you go on mindless craft. Sometimes you forget where you are.
hmm
Dropping 40 mod frames into your hub.
You see how I'm using the hub to force us to run half the distance? Like, no, this is where the stuff is.
This is
Where the fish lives. I decide where the fish lives.
Way to tell Satan who's boss.
Yeah. I am going to put on an iron shirt and chase the devil out of her. I'm going to send him to outer space to find another place.
I think that's what we're doing right now, actually. I think
Satan
we are the
is-
devil that was chased out of Earth to find another place.
Satan is the evil lost man. I love that song so much. First time I ever heard that, I was like, dude, he's going to put on some chainmail and go kick Satan's ass. He's not messing around.
Badass.
Yeah. Like, I just never heard a reggae
Ballad?
like, Satan ballad, but, like, it just took me off guard. I'd heard plenty of metal songs with the same basic
Yes,
premise.
Reggae Crusader.
Yeah, this technically makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably, every reggae song is at least borderline Christian.
Because of
What the musical style represents. It's practically it's really a variant of gospel.
that is kind of interesting.
That's why it was invented. It's a different form of gospel music that just maybe, something to do with marijuana. We won't go in.
As opposed to reggaeton, which is about dancing and fighting.
Well, technically, no. It's just a beat.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like a school of the dimbo.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably, reggaeton almost means drum machine. If you listen, you'll hear that crispness
Yeah,
of.
of the super consistent drum.
I'm from the Caribbean, so
Yeah.
like I'm used to it. That music has definitely been around in the Caribbean since the 80s. The idea of it sounds a little harder because it's almost like breakdancing music mixed with reggae, and its connection to reggae is sort of only on the beat.
Adjacent, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
it's more of the standard stuff that you find in any music produced in and around the Caribbean, which is this collection of light battle raps and a couple of types of love songs.
Yes.
And then a couple of just like represent songs.
Oh yeah, the we are awesome and proud of ourselves.
Just regional represent. Sweet Home Alabama. There you go. There's an example of a song that is just a regional representation.
Okay, yeah.
Or North Carolina, Go On and Raise Up. Like,
Yes.
the song Area Codes is basically a joke about representational songs. It's ludicrous being kind of funny about being international. New York, Empire State of Mind, another many, many, many thousands of songs about California or Detroit or wherever.
Yeah.
You get it. It's an easy way to make money.
Because people relate to it because they're from there. Any
Doesn't take a rocket
high-population areas,
scientist.
your automatic audience.
Yeah, to figure out why there's so many of these songs. I need to make some cash. I need a song that will be played pretty much like if you're moderately famous and then you write a song about a region and it is good and approved of by that region, then you get kind of royalties forever, representation forever.
Yep.
Certainly worked for Leonard Skinner. Or Kiss, Detroit Rock City. They're not, faking. That's where they're from, so it's easy. Also, Eminem, or every rapper in the world.
Yes.
Really?
That's done their regional representation song.
Yeah. It's easy cash.
Also, country loves to name towns.
Nashville, this, Alabama, Louisiana. What is it? Louisiana woman, Mississippi man. It's literally the name of a song.
Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind?
Could start a restaurant in Santa Fe.
Yeah. Technically that would be a musical.
It doesn't. What's his name? Cole Porter and Rogers and Hammerstein and all those folks. They never failed. They mentioned stuff like Boston and New York a lot.
Yep.
That was a good idea when they were writing music from an economic standpoint.
And in fact, that open up a restaurant in Santa Fe opens up with how shitty it is to live in New York, which New Yorkers agree with.
Well, there's a kind of a fine line you can walk there, because if you're from a region, you can criticize it for more likes, more hits.
If you're specific and it's relatable.
Of course. If everybody knows, you complain about traffic in Texas, in a Texas city, probably going to be right. You complain about Houston's inability to deal with water.
Yeah. There's just too much of it.
We've built our city on the edge of the most volatile body of water on the planet.
We have paved a floodplain and
But not just any floodplain.
the hurricane.
Hurricane floodplain, yeah.
Like the hurricanes drain out here.
They're supposed to. What's wrong? Why are our houses floating away? A consistent problem in Texas, right? Because Texas used to be an ocean till it drained there.
Right, and so it's a big drainage problem. And some people know how to live and build with it, and some don't.
Yes. Once water collected in Texas in mass amounts, covering it for some miles.
And architecturally regional and wise Texans make fun of, say, outside corporations who come in and pave the wrong area and don't know how to run their drainage. Well,
I'm originally from Mississippi, so I wasn't super surprised, but it's always interesting how fast the water moves across the ground in Texas.
And the sky.
The cloud movement is absurd.
The closest thing I've ever come to a religious experience is watching storms move across the Texas sky.
Sure, and they're up there going hurricane speeds, but it doesn't matter because they're not hitting anything.
Because they're miles and miles up there.
No friction's being created. It's like a valve. It's like a polar valve.
There's no mountains or anything for the clouds to rub up against.
Yeah, it's all supposed to be super cool, except when it freaks out and drops baseball-sized chunks of ice on the car.
The occasional tornado takes up the occasional office building, but we're good.
You know, the system was not. It did not create itself for office buildings to be in its way. So.
True. And the same way
I love
every
that,
California child knows how to hide in the doorway, every Texas child knows how to hunker down in the bathtub.
In the bathtub, yeah, for sure. Anybody really from that part of the world, you just have to know how to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I find it fun. All right. So what are you doing over there?
Modular frames, which takes it, from the rudiments takes a little
We're
while.
almost done with that. Next up will be a return to leafing.
Okay.
I don't often carry my chainsaw. Do you?
Yes.
What I need to do is I need to do the various researches that get us more hand slots.
Yes.
But for pure expansion of the base, at the most primal level, I must break that by hand. It's one of the only things you always have to do by hand.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey,
Mm-hmm.
can you leaf the limestone for me? The leaves over here are horrible. They're always in the way. I would even accept the death of these 4 lantern trees.
I'm trying to get an angle on where you are.
I'm at the second limestone spot.
Crystal limestone. Got it.
Mhm.
I'll try to get there.
This is the second limestone spot. It's right over the mountain. If you're extremely tenacious and you hate the physics engine and know how to warp it, which only sometimes works, evidently. But if you're good at flying up mountainsides, I don't know. There we go. This mountainside even is a little tougher than average. But if you look, this is what you come up if you get up the mountainside. See where I am? This also needs to be leafed, and these trees need to be removed. The death of these lantern trees would sadden me, but 1 or 2 of them going because of an accidental area of effect failure with the chainsaw wouldn't be the end of the world, because this cliff top is great building space, but only if it is fully cleared. See
Okay.
this crap?
Yes. I remember that. Yes. I'll clear it when the base gets up there, basically.
What you want to think of is think of this valley as something to be covered with concrete and buildings. And then you start to see these 2 chunks of rock as like anchor points.
Yeah.
This valley will eventually be empty and very probably used as a truck bay. A nice natural floor truck storage area someday in the distant future. All that will be moved. Until then, I'm going to start the first storage complex of pain. Oh my god, where did the sun go? What the fuck? What did you do to my sun?
I ate it. It was
You did it. You ruined. You became Dark Phoenix and you ruined another solar system.
Sorry, I was hungry.
Sometimes I have to tell you. Expensive. Anyway,
Get an extra sun pizza.
hey, funny you should mention that.
You want pizza?
Always. Let's eat pizza. Oh, and one of the suns came back. The pink sun today.
We get a little night alien in this weird alien robe.
Well, it's got a bunch of different suns.
I also made your cadence.
Oh. Well, that might be certain atmospheric changes brought about by the pink misty sky. Breathing those might give me kind of a different outlook on life, folks. Maybe I just started my Friday a little early. Alright, what do we have here? Quartz. That thing. These things. Mycelium things. Ha. Split smart. Split S-Mart. Hell, I don't really need protein inhaler for anything. Yeah, it'd be nice to have 500 steel, but nice to have all sorts of things. Let's, I would say, start in on the hard drives. Waiting for structural frames.
Hello, Edgarlegs.
What are you're leafing the limestone spot as I asked you to?
Yep, and warming pizza.
Excellent, thank you. Damn it.
The lanterns and the lantern trees never turned yellow again after the holidays.
I believe you. Well, wait a second. They look different in the different suns.
Oh, you know what? I'll keep an eye on it.
Can I please get 1,000 iron rods? Oh, never mind. There's a bunch in storage already.
That was the stuff I was working with earlier. You're welcome to
I'll
it.
just take these, yeah?
Yeah,
And the screws?
go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Solves my problem.
I was like on my way to modular frames, so like obviously a bunch of rods and screws.
Could you, once you're done leafing the concrete, can you leaf this hill up here and feel free to grab that power slug and drop it off
The hill above one
the other hill. See, the hill between where you are and the concrete.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, and the clay. Not clay, copper. I knew it was something with a
The
C.
hills between me and the copper. Understood.
The two main hills that make up the initial valley of our base.
Can do.
I'm just trying to get concrete and power. Those are my only real concerns right now.
Yeah.
Concrete and power. That's what I focus on at this stage of the game,
Of course, because that's what makes the
which
base
you build a
run.
base with, yeah. Right, so this, I'm always just trying to pay a little concrete tax every time I run past the central hub, try to make it look a little bit more like a building. But most of this concrete needs.
And were you serious about cutting down the nearby lantern trees, or shall I delay that?
You don't have to.
I'm not going to until we find ourselves building through them, basically.
If they're in the way. What I was saying is if a few of them die. Did you hear what I said?
Apparently I did not fully understand.
Yeah, I don't think you quite got what I was saying. If a few of them should perish, that is not the end of the world.
Okay.
But no, of course, I like the lantern trees, if that's what you're wondering.
And that's why I double checked, because I realized that I had not gotten a complete message.
I didn't. I'm not requesting their demolition. If they could somehow be built into the base, that'd be fine.
That'd be cool. I'd like that.
But it's not always possible and shouldn't be over-prioritized as there's a giant forest of them.
Understood. Alright.
We're unlikely to... If we tried, we probably couldn't cut them all down. You see, look at the lantern trees from my perspective.
That's
Where I'm
a
right now.
fuck ton.
Yeah. And if you should happen to nip a couple of the ones that are within the boundaries of the base we're trying to build, so be it.
Yeah. That, like, would literally just clip through the tree, through the base in an unpleasant way.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Your rotors,
Yes.
do you see what they have become?
Oh, wow.
That is
Well,
8
let's help.
stacks.
I'm always happy to make sure that we have plenty of power.
Getting those actually running
We'll take
is
more
a
effort.
totally different.
I actually really enjoyed my efforts previously working on coal, but it is difficult. It's not
There's
easy.
some finesse to it, but that will eventually be 600 megawatts of power, which is quite a few megawatts.
Did it.
Did what?
I climbed the crazy hill. The bizarrely steep hill above the concrete.
Climbing
we
up
wind up-
crazy hill.
Yes, sung to the tune of Crazy Frog with the augmented voice and everything.
I'm glad I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I suddenly find myself saying, ignorance? It is bliss. Everyone was right. Because I feel like I know of Crazy Frog without knowing Crazy Frog.
You've heard things that are Crazy Frog.
Okay. I feel like Crazy Frog is a way of life, a state of mind.
Yes, the voice augmented, hyperactive sort of way of life.
Well. And there was a squirrel and I was like, oh my god, wee!
Yes, kind of like that.
Gonads and strife. Gonads and strife.
That's humans.
I think that's why we all laughed so hard.
Yeah.
We're like, wow, that'd make a great title for the last,
That's like truly elemental.
What? Select active swatch. Standard. Vehicles. Fix-it foundation. Concrete foundation. Pipes. What?
Wait, we get more swatches?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
No. Maybe.
It'd be great to get more color slots.
I think I just decided what color things will be when I build them.
Oh, hey, that's great. That'll save you time.
Yes, things that I build now will be red. Do you understand? That means you could build more freely. If you're able to set a different color, then
So
we'll
you
know what
that
is yours.
Everything that I build is either considered sketched in your base or permanent in mine.
Or just like that I'll know I didn't build it and I won't lose my mind.
Oh, yeah, you know what? That is totally
And I won't just be
valid.
like, when did I do this? Why? That's not...
That's not how I would have done it. Was
Yeah,
I
what's-
insane? I
See,
know.
look at the pretty blue. It's pretty and it's
Ah,
blue.
Pretty blue.
I love their plasticky color schemes.
I've had Dolores Riordan's Linger stuck in my head for days.
But do you have to? That's the question.
I don't seem to have a choice, yeah. And
I mean, everything she ever did was, it's that hypnotic,
Faye-like keening.
and it's the not, what I think it is I think it's a non-standard tuning.
I think you're correct. Also, I think she sings with herself.
Of course.
And like,
Everyone's
there's this
been doing
tiny
that
bit
since
of
the
harmony
Beach
that,
Boys and the Beatles.
drives me insane because it's good.
But it's also
haunting.
probably not 440.
Yeah.
If you want to know what it is that makes some people sound very different and interesting,
Not strange, yeah.
is that they're not in 440.
I agree. The same way I tend to go bluesy. I sing things blues when they're not blues.
That has been proven.
Everyone has like a vocal trend. It's almost like they're being.
You thought
signature.
Patsy Cline was a blues singer.
When I say
I mean, it's not that she's not.
it's just
Also.
that it's not in the blues scale most of the time.
It's that officially she would be considered sort of the definition of American country.
That's true, but American country includes blues.
The overlap is significant. I'm not disputing that, certainly. Hey, are you burning more pizza?
Not much.
I guess the main point of it is that there are so many different incarnations of like pentatonic, hexatonic scales
Yeah.
in American traditional music because it's just this super mixture hodgepodge of like, why not throw in some Northern European, Southern European, and random things from all over
Oh yeah.
to
And of course, anything that's country-ish goes back to the old country.
but we'll have surprising amounts of like Turkish and Greek.
Yes.
Because it's not like, in those time periods, I really don't believe that people were making this huge effort to exclude strangers. Everything I've studied about the time period is like, if a strange Turkish instrument showed up in the middle of a jam band session, that everyone would have just been like, okay, well, and if it sounds good, then they would have. I don't think anybody was kicking out the immigrants from further east than they were used to.
I think you're correct, and I think the only thing
Things
is
did get
certain
weird.
time periods when there is or is not Satan.
Well, I think when it got weird was anytime your population of your culture was greater than like 2 or 3%, then suddenly it was like it was competition.
It became significant for other reasons.
Yeah, it's just competition. But if you were truly unusual, something no one had ever heard of, then I don't think you would get a lot of negativity.
I think you're right.
More like, oh, okay, didn't know Croatia was a place.
Novelty versus economic competition, very much so.
That's what everybody was concerned about, was a new faction showing up. Because people were, I think a lot of the racism in this country came from the fear of, oh no, we don't know anything about this new faction that we have to compete with.
Right. More like a team-based combat game. A new faction has entered the ring. Like,
Well, that's what racism like is,
yes.
unfortunately.
At its root, it's fear that someone else's group will get things that you wanted for your children.
They tried to sort of, in an easy-going sort of way, they tried to put that in sport.
Ah,
Like in a really non-threatening kind of, be chill about it, but show how that could come about.
a not at all Earth racism. representation.
Weird like space creature competition that falls along lines that if you're looking for it, you can see how.
Anthropologically, it's a competition for resources and territory.
Right. Isn't everything always? Anyway, folks, rather than continuing to muse about potentially very dangerous hot button issues that we shouldn't probably be talking about on the internet, and the smacking sounds of a pizza addict in what's got to be at least mid-stage pizza addiction, I'm going to put on something on the TV and sit here and craft and make power plants. Try to get those 8 power plants up and running. So, enjoy the sounds of Sister Fix-It. She's rotoring. That's her price for flight.
It is.
Is rotors. So.
Milestone reached. Pioneers can now store excess power for later use and span power lines across vast distances. Stored power is automatically distributed in cases of low power output. You've got the power. Milestone reached. R&D inflated your pocket dimension, added an additional hand equipment slot, and have provided an improved Xeno Zapper with increased strength and range. Milestone reached. Several buildings aimed at factory traversal can now be accessed in the build menu. Caution is recommended during use of these products.